Good morning. Oh. So, the main things we need to change. First is the set UV position needs a split edge target. It's unfortunate you can't feed the seams into geometry nodes. That'd make it so much easier. Mm. No, that's not it. We need to do that. As well, we would like to make the tutorial we do want some branding images. Um, what else? Oh, goodness. Almonds are dry. Um, I think that's it. That's it. And then we need to upload everything, all that jazz. But in here, before we get too far gone, horizontal split. Why is it? Should be this one. Set geo to UV position. That's what we want. But we do need to update it. Because right now, we're splitting the edges with this named attribute. What we actually want to do is make a float, which is called split edge attribute group. And we'll put the UV position at the top, I think. So that way we can toggle it a little bit easier. So this does the same thing, so. So I like this better because that way I don't have to worry about these two. I just click just this one. Whatever. But when we do this, if we have ones that are joined, we need to split their edges. Hello, Dayan Senpai. Welcome back. Been a while. It's here. We'll do a compare. I'll say integer equals 1. Like that. So if it equals 1, then we can split the edges. We have to tell it which group to split. And we'll just give it a default attribute of split edge. So split edges. And then we go into our mesh. I don't even think we have any edges to split here. But we'll need it for our other groups. This will put that above the mirror. Doesn't have much UV position. Does it? Hmm. Why is it so messed up? Why is it so messed up? Interesting. Do I have to put it before this? No, that's not why it's happening. It's just a single fan of geometry. Oh my god, why did it not? That's why, because I put the split edges name in the wrong thing. The default should be here, split edge. Right. Still not right. Still busted. But it looks good on the map. And it works fine here. The Y does it work here? But it's busted. Here, do I have multiple UV maps? No. Don't have any shape keys. So it should snap to the UV position, but it does not. It's too bright. Be right back. Hello, Navigator Matt. Welcome. Sorry to be texting everyone. I just have to get this message out. Okay, why scale, no scale? Because we have two set position nodes. Now this is just an offset here. We're trying to use the vector of the named attribute, which is the UV map. Changing this does nothing. But on the geometry, we are using the UV map. Misspelled, do I have the name incorrect? Ah, that's what it is. It's the M. So capitalization, very important. There we go. Now we can set a custom UV map name. We can set a custom split edge name, which we'll need to do. And we need to add some descriptions to these. So in our groups, we'll say UV name, the target, the UV group, UV map to match the position of. Split edge group. For manifold meshes, the edge vertex group to split manifold meshes. In order to lay them flat. Scale islands on Y. UV position. Why does this say? Okay. Toggle geometry. Position. Okay, there we go. That should work pretty well, and that's a much better version of what we have. So do that, and all of these have that option now. This should have a default name. UV map. Copy. What happens if I re-add it right now? So I go here, then we put it back on. Because a split edge group should have a default attribute. The UV map does that. Why doesn't the float do that? Guess that's okay. Let's leave it there. Again, if I just reassign it, does it regenerate with the name? It does. Okay, good. All right, good stuff. Now there's a few chunks of data we need to delete. Bounding box offset. I think I need that one. Not 100% sure though. It's not getting used by anything though. Probably safe to delete. Let me turn this on, then delete this. Nothing broke. Wood. But then I do want to delete the mesh to UV position 01. Delete. Because that should not be getting used by anything anymore. Okay. Cool. So now we're there. We've got it set up. It's looking good. Okay. Anything else? Probably not for this file. Make sure everything's named. Okay. Then I'm gonna go to the simple start. Select our geometry. Get rid of this one completely. Go into not link. I want to append. Node tree. Oh. Alrighty. I think we're good to go. So I think I can turn off screencast for now. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. I'm gonna put it into 2024 products. Mesh hair groom promotion, renders, maybe not renders, screenshots. And we'll call this mesh hair groom. Screen. Start. Okay. Is there anything else to add? I don't think so. Right. Yeah. So the one thing we do want to tweak is on the strand, or geometry nodes. When we do the strand amount, we use a subdivision surface. It's not wrong, but I do feel that subdivision should come from the geometry. Or the smoothness should be from the geometry. So to edit that, Already selected. All right, so you turned out the strand amount, but it stays true to the geometry, which I think is important. I actually really believe that because you want to know exactly where your mesh is going to be. Like that's up to you. You get the most control by them editing the mesh. So now in the hair, I'm going to set this back to our shader editor. We're going to pin punk hair to our selection so we can kind of get a good look at it. And then we're also going to open up our GeoNode editor. Take that. And this is our scene. This is what we will be uploading. No, nothing else to change on that one anymore. But we do have to go back, get rid of this one, go to the Blender file, go to the node group, get rid of this one. So now I need to append it. Bring it back. Okay. This one's good to go. Now we can start uploading them. All right. So now that we've done that, we go to content. Thank you so much for purchasing my geometry nodes. I hope they help you in creating great work. Below are two blend files. The first one contains example hair setup to give you an idea of how things should work together. The second video, our second blend file, is a version with only essential assets. This is meant to be the starting point for your own projects. So first, my geometry nodes. I hope they help you in creating great work. Below are 2 blend files available for you to download. The first one contains an example hair setup to give you an idea of how things should work together. The second blend file is a version with only essential assets. This is meant to be the starting point for your own projects. For more insight into how to use, there is a video tutorial available here. We need to make that video today. So much work to do. Oh, no. There's a video tutorial available here. Please feel free to DM me. I would love to know if you have any questions or encounter any issues. Mm-hmm. All right, looking good. Now, now we need some thumbnails and promotional images. First thing we can do is just add the video. Excuse me. To here. Hello there, poke artist. Welcome back. How's your day going? Good? Good. Glad to hear that. Mm-hmm. No. It's really low res in this preview. Hopefully it's not that low res on when it's actually ready. Okay. I would love a little GIF. So we're gonna make a new scene. I think once again we will take. Actually, we're gonna do our YouTube thumbnail. We'll start with this one. I'm gonna duplicate this. Okay, good. I broke this. Promo. Oop. There we go. And this one will also make a full copy of the scene, and we'll call promo GIF. Gumroad GIF. All right. Might have an idea for a new character. That's awesome. Like a OC or a what kind of character? Oh, sorry. Heck yeah. That's exciting. What are you thinking? It's like a human, but it's like a shadow entity that has wings or without wings. Okay, very cool. Mm, like a void kind of creature. That's awesome. That's very cool. We'll do say 60 frames. Well, it's 24 frames a second, so 48. We'll make it 2 seconds. You could do red eyes. You can definitely do red eyes. There's no limits in digital stuff. Maybe I don't want it to spin. All right. Then we'll use this one. The glow is a little strong here. I think that looks pretty good. Now we'll make a new thumbnail. We'll make a new folder. Branding. Make a folder, which we'll call Gumroad. Accept that, save. And we are going to export JPEGs because keep it at 90 because we're going to turn this into a GIF, so we don't need the highest quality. Well, no, you know what? I take it back. Keep high quality for these ones. 48 frames, 600 pixels by 600 pixels. Yeah, render animation. There's nothing to upload yet. I have to go into promotion, renders, branding. And here, what we'll do is open up our GIF creator, editor. Drag them in here. Okay. And now we need to export this. Call this Gumroad or mesh hair room. Gum thumb. Oh. Okay. There's some megabyte limit that it tries to do. That is crunchy. I believe it's just 5 megabytes, so we can turn up the quality a little bit more. Let's do right around there. Hello, Ariso. Good morning. Welcome. Excuse me. Oh, we can go quite high. Let's just hit best, see what happens. All right, that's what we'll do. Let's take a look. Looks pretty darn good for a GIF. All right. Now for Gumroad. Did I close it earlier? I guess so. Scroll down here. Upload. Perfect. Bada boom. I think that gets the point across. You said good meowing. A hair creation, a blender asset to easily create hair rooms with standard box model. My desk is so creaky. Okay. So now I need to make a tutorial. I don't want to. I'm tired. Okay. Let's get some more screenshots really quick. So I'm just going to basically go through each of these and make a screenshot. So mesh workflow. Where's my hair? That. Trying to make really high quality screenshots here as best as I can. Um, this is just the thumbnail, right? I don't think I need to do a play by play for every single one, but definitely some of the better ones. Okay, that should be good. So close this for now. Back to here. We're going to add up all those images. All right, that's pretty good. Feeling a little bit more put together now. Okay. So now we're going to do our tutorial. Mm. Yawn so much. I'm sleepy. No caffeine for me today. I've had too much. Okay, that's recording. Turn off desktop sounds. What to do? So maybe we review the other one first. Let's go over the file. Let me make a backup. We'll call free tutorial. Save. And what do I need to discuss? Okay, write this down. So we need to go over general concept. Example meshes. And then make from scratch. Okay, that's the game plan. I'm gonna go to the restroom first, and then I'll get it to the speed right back. Or should I say, be right back. I'm back. So for this next part, when I'm doing the tutorial, I am going to close chat. So my apologies if anyone's asking questions or things like that, but I will just close chat because I just need to make the tutorial. We'll be good to go. Good to go. So, hello, Luca. I'm about to do a little tutorial, so I will be not responding to chat for maybe like 5-10 minutes, something like that. But hello, welcome back. Okay, gotta hop into it. Right about there. Always turn my head and then I'm never sure where my head is. Okay, not that I'm recording with the webcam anyway. Maybe I should. No. So, on. Okay. Blender capture. Everything's looking good. Do I play Roblox? I do not. VR chat's my jam, but I might make some tutorials or start some classes on how to make characters for Roblox. But I'm going to close chat now, so I won't be able to respond to your questions for a little bit. So I'm going into tutorial mode. Okay. Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for checking out my hair groom asset. This is going to be a video kind of going over how to use it, what the concept is behind it, and what you can expect when you purchase it. So this first scene here is our example scene. So I have two characters, example characters. We got a little Einstein, little punk character, and they share some similar traits. First is, of course, just that we can see the mesh here, these little subdivided chunks of mesh that we have our curves on. Now, generally how I structure the curves themselves is I have in the mustache, so we have mustache and the hair are two separate objects. But basically we create a collection, and in that collection we create the meshes. Once we have the mesh that we like, we can create a curve. It doesn't matter that if it doesn't have to be for each of them. We just need the one curve object, which we then extract into a separate collection because we can't reference the collection it's in. And this is where my modifier exists. So this is the mesh hair groom geometry nodes modifier. You can see we have a collection that we're targeting. That's the same one right here that contains all the hair, not the mustache, but all the hair here. And it extracts two vertex groups, the root and tip. I'll get into more of the technical side of that in a little bit. This is just going to be an overview for this file. And we have a strand amount, which we can always turn up. I do find it's best to rely more on the geometry, the underlying geometry for the amount of strands, because this can get like a subdivision modifier. This can kind of get out of hand quickly if you turn it up too many times. And then also we have volume strands for interior strands. We have a strand radius for thickness. It is important to note that right now we are visualizing the curves if you go into render settings, in the curves here, this is how we are visualizing the curves. If you set it to strand, they're basically infinitely thin strands, and strips is the best way to visualize it. If you do not have if you do not have strip enabled, you will not be able to get thickness on your curves unless you turn them into geometry with your own modifier. All right. So yeah, again, the general concept is, of course, make a mesh, get the curve, and then get the mesh, make the mesh, and then apply the curves from it. Create the curves from it. That's the word I'm looking for. And we can see the same here. We've got our big fan of geometry right here that is then creating these curves. Now, there's a few really cool things about using mesh instead of a hair groom system, the standard Blender hair groom system. And that a lot of that comes down to the fact that we can inject vertex groups and attributes directly into the mesh. So for example, right here we have UV position. So we're extracting the UVs from the mesh. And if I go to the UV editor here, you can see this is our UV position here. And with that, we can then actually use an image. So this red and black texture here is an image texture. It's just a little mess, more of a test than anything. But you can see that if I go into paint mode and we start moving this around, these updates are actually applying in real time because we are sampling the UV position directly. As well, you have color. I'm not going to switch it right now. There is a bug in geometry nodes, just in Blender in general, if you swap attributes and then enter render mode, it's going to crash once. So switch it, save, then display it, because it's going to crash once. I don't know why that is, but just a little Blender hiccup. Additionally, we have a lot of the standard hair attributes that you would see. Random strand color. We have colors for, actually this one's just another vertex colors, but then factor is another standard one. And you can also get length out of it, pretty much anything you would expect from hair. And now there's a few other cool features, again, because we're using geometry. So I have created another geometry nodes modifier, and this one is not on the hair strands, it is on the geometry. But when we click it, we can actually set up our hair strands. I'm going to enter orthographic view. And you can see that this allows for very quick hair card baking. This might not be the most ideal setup because everything's kind of close together, but I think it illustrates the concept rather well. These ones do not have the split edges. We'll get into that in a little bit when I get into making my own. But there's some cool things we can do here. So now I'm going to select the hair curves, and we're going to add the last and third modifier that geometry nodes modifier I've created, which is the cleaner, which is not in here. Okay, well, I'm going to have to edit that out. Bum, bum, bum. That would be in UV cleaner. Where'd that go? We also have the simple start. I believe it is in here too. Yeah, UV cleaner. Okay, there we go. So UV island cleaner. All right, so I had the node in a different file there. But once we have set up our hair grooms, we can add this additional node, which is also on the curves, but it's at the bottom of our stack. So we have our initial hair groom creator, and then we can add on duplicate hair curves or any other asset from hair curves in here. So not all of them are going to play as nicely with this kind of setup. The roll hair curves, that one's a little rough. Rotate curves, because they're going to kind of roll out to the side or something. They might come out like this direction, and that's not going to work well. So I would recommend, if you do want rolls or rotations and things like that, that you actually just model that instead of relying on the hair curves for those kinds of effects. Because one of the big benefits is we are actually using box modeling for this. So unlike hair grooms, we can include things like tilt, normal direction, just by modeling it ourselves. But once we have our duplicates and things like that, or frizz is also one that I add quite often, we can add this cleaner at the very bottom. We do need to reference the same collection that our initial one is referencing. So I'm just going to pop that in there. There we go. And this allows us some really cool things. So the first thing is that for any manifold mesh, anything that's kind of a closed box, it is actually taking it's making it seamless by copying to the sides the main island. So it should avoid a lot of issues with baking and seams not being seamless. Then we also have, it's quite laggy, this margins option. So you should be able to go in and cut away anything around this. I think it's just very dense right now because of my subdivision modifier on the geometry. But this way you can go in and clean up the edges, make sure that things aren't touching or overlapping. That'll be very important for other objects. So that's kind of the general setup. And I'm going to go ahead and we'll hop into another file I'll show it to you right now. Let's turn this off and take the hair here. Oh, right, because it's referencing the collection. Turn this one off. I do have a UV position toggle. That way you be a little bit more exact, because sometimes it's easy to forget that it's on in render mode. So I just added a toggle as well. Okay, so that looks good. Let's go to the simple start scene now. All right, so this is kind of just the one I would recommend for any of your personal projects, the ones that you're going to be making for yourself. I made a very minimal, just the essentials here setup, so you can just get in, get started, get moving. So all that's really in the scene is our camera for baking, the geometry, one strip of hair strand, which we can set the UV position for, and then the bake camera obviously is set up to bake it, and then the curves that are on the geometry. Now, for our object here, for the actual geometry itself, what is going on under the hood is we have 3 vertex groups. First is the root. I'm going to go into weight paint. So we have our root right here, which just determines where it physically attaches, just like a hair root. And then the tip, so we can create even strands that go all the way to this other group. That is the main purpose of also targeting the tip. If you're making your mesh from scratch rather than using this default one, just make sure you have a cut in the middle so it does cleanly separate the root and the tip. Additionally, we have this pin group because one of the main benefits, another main benefit of working with mesh is that we can add cloth sim. So it's a little laggy in the viewport, but we can move it around. It's laggy because I'm grabbing the mesh directly. We'll put that back. All right. Okay, I'm going to cut here, and then we'll bring in a guy to start working on the haircut. Oh, okay. Sorry, taking a break. Taking a break from this tutorial. I'm thirsty. Let's see. Oh, interesting. I don't get a history of chat. So if I guess I just missed any messages that were sent when I was in tutorial mode. Hello, Hexauwu. I'm just tuning in. Will these modifiers and tutorials be accessible to everyone? The modifier is for sale. The tutorial will be just public. It'll be a public YouTube video, but I'm putting together a little Gumroad package right now that'll be available for purchase for about $15. For $15, not about $15, exactly $15. But we're almost done. Almost done. That's what I've been working on for the past few weeks. Trying to get this made. Actually, let me go ahead and just release the video if you'd like to check it out. So I'll paste the video there. This is the more promotional video. Yeah, now I need to think of kind of hairstyle. It doesn't really matter what kind of hair I make because that's not really the point. Do simple start whip 01 pre-tutorial. I see. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. I appreciate your interest. Very excited to see what people make with this. I'm excited to use it myself because I hate Blender's standard hair groom system. I think it's a nightmare. But this one's fun. All right, so we're gonna turn off the bake camera. We're gonna feel like tied hair would be hard with hair cards. Like you're doing a braid ponytail bun, for example. Like if you're doing a braid / ponytail / bun. Okay. Maybe we'll do an example like that. We'll do something, let's see, Pinterest. Let's get a little reference image. let's say bangs, ponytail, braid, something like that. Okay, let me. Let's drop it here, actually. Thank you for indulging me. I'm eager to see how you do it. Well, thank you. Yeah, I think it should be fun. Should be. All right, so let's drop in the image. Bam. And we're not going to use as pretty a person as the ref or the actual model here. I've got my I'll just link in my my dummy character. He's just a little dummy. Should be in here. Oh, there he is. Hair dummy. Boom. Okay. Let's turn off extras. Oh, darn, that turns off the reference image. That's silly. Well, we linked it. What we can do actually is just make a library override. Selected. Make. Go into the lighting and just turn it off right now so we're not looking at that. Okay. And then for the hair, I'm actually going to delete it. Yeah, so I think it'd be good to show how to make it from scratch. Okay. So turn on my other OBS really quick. All right, welcome back. So we're going to be doing a hairstyle like this on this character. It's kind of a goofy character, but that's what we're going to shoot for. So first things first, we're actually going to go ahead and make the hair itself. Why can't I override that? There we go. Let me restart that. All right, take a sip of water. All right, welcome back. So I've cleared out the geometry and the curves in the scene, and I've brought in a reference image and an example kind of character. And we're going to make the hair from scratch just so I have that saved. So first thing we're going to do is make a plane. And I'm going to move this up, kind of shrink it in on the sides, and make some cuts. So I usually like 3, just because I always like having a cut right in the middle. And now we're going to make some vertex groups. I'm going to make a root, assign that. Then I'm going to make tip, assign, and lastly, pin. Pin's not necessarily required, because if you're not using cloth physics, then it's not necessary. But I do like to have it. And we'll do something like that. Okay. All right. And I won't add physics for right now. Then, with our hair geometry, I'm going to I already have this collection set up, but normally I'd make 2 collections. Actually, might as well just do it. New collection. So we'll call this hair. And I'll drop in my hair geometry. Then I'll make another new collection, which I'll call hair geo. And again, drop that in there. With my hair geometry selected, I will make a curve, empty hair. And this automatically gets assigned as a child object to the geometry I had selected. I'm going to drag it out into the top hair. And that way I can put all my geometry in this folder. I have my curve, my hair curves, very easily accessible. And we can reference the collection with the geometry. Then I'm going to go to modifiers, get rid of the default one, add in our mesh hair groom, and assign the collection like so. And immediately we get some strands. If you'd like, you could take your geometry, go to viewport display, and set it to wire, just so it's a little bit easier to see. I'm going to keep that off for right now. Just keep it at textured. Okay. I'm going to duplicate this. Boom. So now I have a second hair, and we're going to start actually modeling. So I think we're going to start with the bangs, because that should be pretty straightforward. We're just going to take the tip here. I'm switching my proportional editing to sharp. I'm going to rotate it so we get a nice curve. Probably right about there. And then just stick it on. It should be smaller. Something like that. It's not gonna quite look like our reference because the head's so different. Okay. Then I'm going to add a mirror modifier. We'll take this left curve, put it at 0. So now we can see this other chunk is getting mirrored. And then from the top view, I can just move this. Oh, let me turn off proportional editing. Move this over here. Do a little cut. Now we've got something like bangs. We kind of squish this down. Yeah, we're just kind of feeling it out a little bit. I won't get into like full detail because there's always more cleanup to do on this kind of stuff, but this will be a very good start. We'll do a subdivision surface. Shade it smooth. And again, if I hide the geometry, we can see our hair strands. Now, this may look kind of weird if you're not familiar with working with hair grooms, but really on the the bottom level of a hair groom, we don't really want it to be that complicated. We want it to be something that we can understand where things are going, and then we can use our assets here to layer on additional detail. So for example, with the duplicate hair curves, if I add that on, we can start immediately getting more strands, but now we know where they're going to be. We have control over where exactly they're being positioned. But I will turn that off for right now. Okay, so that's that one. Let's look a little bit closer at our hair. So I think that for the hair, we have this big old bun in the back. And so what we're going to try to do is we're going to have the root on this side and the tip here. So all the hair flows this way, up top like a big donut. Just a big donut. And we could actually probably just continue that all the way out here. Maybe I'll separate it when it's where it's wrapped up, but something like that. Okay. So back to here. You know what? I will just duplicate this one again. And again, the reason the hair gets applied immediately is because all these duplicates I'm making are in the hair collection. So it makes it really easy. It's like, oh, if I wanted to put a different hair effect on it, I could pull it out, make a new collection, make a new curve, and do something different on this collection. Or additionally, if I had a different type of hair curve, like if I wanted really simple wispy strands instead of these larger chunks we're making, you could go in and still reference that collection, but do something different with the curves. That way you kind of pull the detail out, make it modular. Okay, so for this chunk, let's do basically the same thing. You know what, actually, instead of doing that, I'm just going to extrude it back and then cut it and extrude it out to the sides. And this is kind of close. Let's actually dissolve these ones so I have a little bit more to work with. we can do something like this, or it's a little bit easier to work with, I should say. Shrink it, move that in, cut it, grow it. All right, we're getting somewhere. I can delete this edge if I wanted to, so we could see the little hole. Same with the inside here. Just feels a little bit more understandable that way. And then we can shrink it in. And just like the other one, I will also add a subdivision. Okay. Bam. Select the loop. Yeah, well, might as well make the ponytail. Kind of reminds me of a Despicable Me. Funny. Okay. Scooch it back a little, make it a bit bigger. Some volume. And I'm going to, with the collection, I'm just going to disable it so I can see the strands themselves. If I wanted some additional strands on the inside, there is the volume option here. But I could also just rely on, again, standard modeling workflows with the Solidify. So just by throwing that in there, I can make some additional strands. But of course, we just have to be wary of it clipping through. But it's a nice way to just get another layer of detail in there, if I need it. Perhaps you don't, but just wanted to show off the power. Okay. I mean, that's pretty much it for the most part for the base shapes. Now, obviously this doesn't look quite the same. Again, if we slap on the duplicates, so I've got one on here already. We could start adjusting the radius, make it a bit bigger to fill things in. Let me turn off this so we can see it. Yeah, something like that. Radius, turn up the strand amount. Now in the reference, there's a little bit more like side bangs here. So I'm going to go back to turn the geometry back on. This time turn the hair cards visibility off. Curds, be a very different theme. I'm going to duplicate this strand. Wow, I'm tired. And now we can make a little bang off the side pretty easily. Wow, that's intense. That's some intense stuff. There's actually too much here, right? Like that's just too much. That's a really high amount. So what we're going to do is take another look at one of the other huge advantages of working with a mesh, which is the fact that we have vertex groups. So I'm going to put this in here and I'm going to call this duplicate amount. Just a little abbreviation there. We're going to go into weight paint. I'll set everything to 1 because I want maximum value for everything else. Should actually copy this vertex group to the other ones too. So let me hide the curves. This one, whatever. I can just copy the name. There we go. Weight paint. Set that to 1. And then back to here on this guy. I want to select the bang because there's too much duplicates. We can actually just turn that down to 0.1 and assign that value of 0.1. So if I'm back in the weight mode, we can see maximum value, lessened value. Okay, then back to hair curves. I can select the curves, go into amount right here, hit attribute and paste in duplicate amount. Oh, that was a little stronger than I expected. Interesting. Oh, because I have to multiply it times the strand amount. Times 30? Does that works? No, I'll have to figure that out. Okay, maybe that was not quite working how I'd want it to. But I could put it in here a little bit easier. Yeah, that's better. We'll go with that for now. All right. And then, oh, right. The hair is ending here because I extruded out instead of moving out, because the hair, the tip vertex group is where it's going to end. So instead of extruding, I need to move this out and then just do loop cuts. You could always just reassign the vertex group if you wanted to. No wrong way to do that. Oh, again, I extruded. Old habits. Come back and I see an onion. Oh, sorry, I have chat open for anyone listening to the tutorial later. There we go. Got a little hair geometry. All right, I am going to turn the duplicate amount way down because I now am going to slap on some more subdivisions on here. And again, I would always recommend relying on the strand amount based on the actual geometry. Now you are noticing now that it looks weird. This looks really weird. That's because we need to set our curves to strip like this. And then we can turn up the subdivision amount. We can also go into our geometry nodes curve strand radius, make that thicker, or as thick or thin as we want. Oh, did I do this backwards? I did. Well, I'm glad you guys can see the problems you're going to encounter, because I'm setting myself up for them too. All right, this should be root. This should be tip. And I assigned it at 0.1. That should have worked. Root. Tip. There we go. All right. Good. Good stuff. So now that we have kind of like the basic shapes made, you know, we'd want more. Again, if we want to make it look like this hair, right? So with this big chunk of mesh that we have, we can actually just go in, start adding more loop cuts for more definition, and then also separating them with V. So I'm just hitting V there to cut and rip the edge out. And this gives us the ability to kind of go in and start pulling pieces down, moving them out, and just giving it that general, the look we actually are looking for, that we want. Now you don't want to kind of have a split here. So on these edges right here, they are connected, but then this split occurs at this point right here. You want to avoid those. It will not work quite properly. So I'm just going to hit merge, turn the merge off, and that way they're just separate islands. Okay. Now we just keep going. Keep adding a little more detail, you know. Something like this. And we can really start to pull this apart, make the shapes we want. Bam. And for the duplicate, I'm going to turn down the radius so there's less protrusion. It's following the geometry a bit better. Okay. Nice, we're getting somewhere. I think you all can see the how this is working now. And I can just continue. Click, I'm clicking. I am clicking. And this one here, we don't see any duplicates on because, again, I used the vertex group to kind of lessen it. You could also do the same with the strand amount. I'm going to make this kind of thicker curve there. Mm. Somewhere down here. Little wispy strands. Elegance. Beauty. I'm pretty sure this image is AI generated. It does not. She looks a little too soft and the eyes kind of weird. That's my guess. Okay. Maybe a little bit more bun on the bottom there. Pull that down. For the ponytail. Ooh, a lot of nice curves there. Very beautiful. I think I will rip this point here. So I'm going to rip that. What that means for this chunk, and I just separate it as well, is that we do need to make this now the root sign. And then on this one, make the tip here. I already gave it away, the tip. And we can just continue. And again, I think for many people that are experienced with modeling in Blender, you really can just think about it exactly like that. Like that we are just modeling. And it's great. This is what working with hair grooms should feel like, in my opinion. Because I do not like being a barber. We learn all those skills to make 3D models, and then we throw it out the window to become a barber. Not that there's anything wrong with hairstylists, just that we're not playing to our strengths as creators there. Okay. Now for the hair, we can see all these individual strands. So generally my workflow is make big shape and then cut big shape. Like that's usually my game plan for this kind of stuff. So if we look at the braid here again, or the ponytail, we can just rip it, start doing some cuts here. Turn on symmetry so we can kind of pull these apart. Should probably turn on the mirror mod actually. Anyway, I'll probably stop the tutorial here in just a moment because I think I went over the majority of kinds of things you can expect to make, how to make them, and then it just kind of comes down to taking the time to make the model how you want. I think the last thing I'll touch on are like these little wispy detail strands. Again, you could just, if I can click on the geometry, you just take a little chunk, let's say this edge here, duplicate that out, give it a little cut. I'm going to remove it, tip, remove root, and then reassign root and tip. We should have strand here. Like that. And if you wanted to have more control over making this one look differently, again, you can use the vertex groups, or I could make a new hair geo for hair geo wisps, something like that. Wisps. And then we can move this section. I can click it into hair wisps. Then we can duplicate our curves. Curve wisps. Sorry, I'm not trying to make that sound, but just how it's going. And then with our wisp curve, we can grab the correct chunk there. We could just get rid of duplicates if we wanted to. We could even take the geometry and turn down the amount of subdivisions we're seeing. Something like that or so. And then perhaps we'll give it some frizz. Yeah, make it a little wispy. Don't quite like how it looks a little gross, but I think there's a smooth one in here too. Yeah. There we go. So something like that. And then with our wisp, we can take that wisp geometry, duplicate it, move it out. Start looking for good places to add it. So we got these little loops here. Stick it right in there. Goes down and up. And we can just model. Isn't that wild? Isn't it astounding that we could just use our skills as modelers in a 3D modeling program instead of becoming barbers? Anyway, I shouldn't rag on Blender default hair grooms too much. They have their uses, but I'm ready to upgrade. Okay, again, we have the ability to kind of control the factor. Now I'm just going to turn it down, but we could always make another vertex group and control this directly. The factor ones especially are best suited to vertex groups because vertex groups go from 0 to 1. Anything with values, I think you'll need to create a driver for that to work with your attribute. And we'll also go ahead and just add a mirror there. Okay. And again, you just keep going, splitting, cutting, adding more and more detail, layering and layering, and eventually I think you'll get exactly what you want. One last showcase before I get going. Someone was asking about a braid, so I think it's not too bad because we can just use cylinder. No, I'll start with a box. Do a box, cut in the middle. We'll take the top. This time we'll call it root still. Assign, and then tip, assign. Now we'll just move it into the hair geometry. I guess we could lower it this way. And curves are just twisting cylinders, right? Something like this. I'm not going to give an exact curve. There are better ways to make braids, but right now we're just winging it. But it is just geometry. Like you would just make the cubes or the tubes. Mark the start and beginning as tips. And we'll add a subdivision in here too. Boom. Boom. Yeah, and you just keep going. You could use an array. You would have to apply the array at the end with the vertex groups and then reassign the vertex groups, but generally you're just making a twist. Maybe I'll make a better tutorial for this one a little later, but this is the general idea. Make a shell, and then just make sure your vertex groups are good, and you're good to go. Maybe not the most compelling example. I have to look up. There's better ways. I think there's some ways to make those twists a little bit better, but I don't make braids too often. Okay, let's do a better job of that. So we'll make a curve. Then we'll make a, you know what? I actually will do this in a separate tutorial because I think it is pretty much, it's pretty straightforward to do. I think you can see the process right there. Model tubes, twist the tubes, add vertex group. But I need to refresh my memory on the modeling part of that. Yeah, not too bad. Just keep going. If you want to add more detail to your hair. Okay, I think we'll call it there for the tutorial. Always feel free to reach out if you have any questions regarding this process or the tools here. Turn on our lighting. Look at that nice hair. Beautiful. Oh, I guess a few more things I'd want to touch on. Looks pretty straightforward. I like it. Good. I'm glad to hear that. How's my day been? Pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording here. Bam. Pretty good. We're just at the very tail end of kind of finishing our project here. Almost done. Almost done. I think there's a few things to iron out. I think the hair shells are not actually hair shelling. I need to double check that. Because I should have the ability to do the hair shell. Do the hair shell. Yeah, okay. No, it is working. There we go. It's just kind of an odd number, but yeah, we can just fill that right up. Fill that right up. I'm gonna turn down the strand amount. Turn up the volume, strands. Cool. Man, that looks pretty filled up to me. Then we can turn up our duplicate. And yeah, let's see. Is there a way to... I probably have to redo the tutorial this afternoon because it's close, but I don't like that I'm leaving some of the things I discussed about a mystery. Found a while ago, I found this curvative braids generated for Blender. Want a link? It's not mine, but I still don't know if it's okay to share other people's products. Oh, you're fine. No, I don't mind that at all. Blender is a team sport. Oh, heck yeah. Actually, you know what? I think I have... Oh, yeah, I have this. That's a good one. I would want to show it how to do it manually, but it is the same thing. I guess my only question for these ones are they one tube? Is it just one tube? I don't know. Yeah, this volume strand, a layer amount. Do I have 6 here? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a little hard to tell. Let's turn it down. We'll go 2. This is 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it includes the original shell. If I go 4, there's 4, 5, 6. I should just make this an integer. It shouldn't be... Oh, no, that's right. The reason I want it like this is so I can also control it with a factor. But then I need to understand So let's do this duplicate amount, right? So I'd rather set the viewport amount to, let's just reset this, click that. We can turn up the strand duplicate amount, say 6, but I want to use my attribute. So can I take my attribute and multiply it like a driver? It changes some stuff, but it doesn't seem to change that much. It's just not referencing it at all at that point. So on the third slide, it shows that there's internal geometry. Not sure if it can be controlled, but I can imagine that being quite powerful in conjunction with your tool for the hair card look. I think so. I think so. Yeah, I think yeah, actually, I will definitely have to redo the tutorial because I wanted to go over UV setup for baking. Then I do need to adjust the layer 1 vertex hair volume layer to integer. I guess I could do this as an integer, and we could add another field or volume strand. Yeah, that would work well. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean. We got strand amount. Volume layer strand amount. Yeah, that's fine. I can always think of more stuff to add, but I think I just have to limit myself a little. Here it's just intersecting with itself. Add a little bit of frizz. It looks good though. I'm liking how it came out. Yeah, we could do like 24. And then set this to 5, something like that. Is the frizz the only way you can make it random? What about clumping? No, clumping definitely works as well. Should work with any of these. Even trim and stuff like that. Clumping's more for the tips. Where am I looking? Clump, 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 clump. Yeah, clump will make those nice little points towards the end here. But it certainly makes it look a little nicer, a little cleaner. I'm gonna add a solidify. Ooh, that looks really smooth. A little too smooth. Good morning, Great Waffles. Hello, hello. Okay, so I do want to think about look at that hair. Oh, that's funny. I do want to think about yeah, subdivision's the way to go. It should be based on the geometry. I keep going back and forth, and that's like, oh, I wish you should turn up the strand amount. It's like, no, it should be the geometry because that's actually where the control is. If I make it all in the geo nodes, it's just going to explode if you put it on the wrong mesh. Cool stuff though. All right. What's next? Right. I still am curious about because I know that I can control factors really well by using my vertex groups. See, it's affecting everything else except the one that has a very minimal effect there. Can I? So I can add a driver to these ones. Can I reference attributes in drivers?
All right. Inputs one, and then I should be able to do that. Still figuring out the ins and outs of this, but it should be functioning.
Wait, okay, so this is what he's doing here.
So having
You can reference things.
so let's just go and chop that out. Oh, inputs. Oh no, that showcased with this one.
Through naming them. Right now he's doing this through I don't want a script. I don't want a script. Well, I want a little script. Just a little script. I go to data. Those are the vertices themselves. We do have an attributes layer. Interesting. Okay, that's a good sign. Because I should be able to reference the object and then do dot attribute name. But let's make sure I'm looking at the right data. So if I go view layer and we grab our hair geometry, I'm going to make sure that the data is named that. Hair geo. Or no, this one. Hair geo 2. Let's look back at that data API. Hair geo 2. Attributes. I guess it's not an attribute at that point, right? Then it's just still a vertex group. It's not an attribute yet. Well, I don't know. Maybe it is. Corner edge. Should have duplicate amount. Where is that? Where's root? Those things should be in here somewhere. Maybe not. Okay. Was hoping to be able to access that with the driver. Let's see. Drivers. Graph, notes, copy and paste, expression, driver variables. The RNA name of the property based on a subset of Python attribute syntax. For example, location.x, x location, animation channel value, or prop name for a custom property. Choose the value of an RNA property specified by a data block and a path string. So we give it the object, and then we give it the path, and I should be able to access the property name like this. So if I go back here, and we look at our hair, here I can edit the driver. We want to give it single property. Well, not actually single property content. Fine, single property, just for now. Yeah, that's fine, because if I have that, and then we can sample our hair geo. One, that's one we want. And then the syntax is this. And what is it again? Duplicate amount. That. Duplicate amount. Okay, so we have the variable. Duplicate amount. To the red, so it's probably not working. But then we can add it. Let's try multiplying. 10. Did just change it. 100. 0. Driver. RNA attribute. Blender. Definitely looks like I've spelled it correctly. Blender. Vertex group. And driver. Does that work? That's within a geometry node. Not what I want. Vertex group RNA reference. Is it a scripting? But maybe that is what I want. Hmm. Can I call this in here? All right. I think I got to give up on that one. All right. Well, worth trying. So we can control a factor easily enough with a vertex group. Controlling anything else is quite difficult. Turn this down to 12, I think. Cool. Okay. Man, there's got to be a way to do that. I'm so intrigued by that, but because we can reference it so easily right here. Switch between an attribute and a single value to define element, every element. So when I make my mesh group, the vertex groups that we're using to control some of the properties, you can make a vertex group and pass it along. So you have vertex groups here at your topmost object, your top object here. So they goes down. All these other modifiers inherit those vertex groups. And the cool thing is you can reference them. So you can actually control them. So it's like, if I want to control the viewport amount, I could change that on a per vertex basis or a weight paint basis, right? But vertex groups are values that are normalized. So they're only between 0 and 1, which works well for things like factors, which are just 0 to 1. So for like the frizz amount, 0 to 1, very easy. That works perfectly. But for things like radius, like if I would want to take my range of 0 to 1 and multiply it by a value. So I thought I could do duplicate amount, which I can. So you can see how this is 1 here. No, you can't. 1 here, it's all poofy, and then 0, or just about 0 here on this little thin hair strand. So we can see the effect happening. But I can't go like duplicate amount times 20, because that means it's not actually accessing it. It's just looking up another group called duplicate amount times 20. It's not actually looking up duplicate group and then multiplying it. Yeah, you can do that with drivers, and that's why I was looking into drivers, because if I switch it back to here, I do have the driver. I could add it. So I go to edit driver, Let me open the editor actually. I can adjust it. So I could just say +1. So, and then it +1. And you can see how thick it is right there on that thin strand, the strand that was thin earlier. It still says invalid Python expression, but it is working. So I don't, maybe I was too quick to ignore that. Okay. That's actually a good sign. Give back my hair curves. And I thought I could reference it by just putting in the attribute. But I don't know exactly how to call the attribute. I know it's attached to the object. It's there. But can the driver reference it? I don't know. Library. Reference a node tree. Cache file. If it could reference a point cloud, I feel like it should be able to. Oh, but I can say mesh. ID underscore type property must be set first. I feel like I should be able to. Or maybe I just really want to be able to. Why is this menu so bad? I reference an object. I could also transform channel, final transformation value of object bone, no. Rotational difference, distance, no. Context. Use the value from some RNA property within the current evaluation context. +1. Let's do times 1. 2. 20. Okay, so it's not getting, yeah, it's not getting any value. Value is 0. And it's just a single value. It's not like a field. So I'm assuming this is not possible. I don't think that is. Okay, well, we'll leave it there. We'll leave it there. All right, let's, I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Darn. I really wish. We could have more control over them. I guess I could always just, I mean, just knowing that you have that, you could really easily edit these. Well, I don't know about easily, but you could edit these to to take in the factor with a number instead. Okay, let's just review the recording I just made. So we're gonna go to Mesh Hair Groom Promo. We're going to duplicate this one, and we'll call this tutorial edit. We'll go ahead and just delete. Oh, nope, that's wrong. I want to do that because I'm still in that one. So we'll do full copy. All this tutorial edit. Okay, good. And then we'll grab the videos I just finished recording. Should be these ones. Yeah. We'll cut them and bring them over to our project. Because I want everything in the same spot so I don't lose track of it. Pretty good at that. Pretty good at losing track of stuff, as it turns out. So we'll do that. We'll make a folder called video in here. Drop them in. And let's do one at a time. They really should be merged. Okay. So with the strip selected, do I scale it up? I might as well. Fits pretty nicely like that. We can cut off the garbage, the top and bottom. Looks pretty good. Okay, so do that. Let's listen to myself for a second. Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for checking out my hair groom asset. This is going to be a video kind of going over how to use it, what the concept is behind it, and what you can expect when you. The underlying geometry for the amount of strands, because this can get okay. And so I know that towards the end here, I discuss this stuff, and then I go, okay, I'm going to bring in laggy in the viewport. We can move it around. It's laggy because I'm grabbing the mesh directly. Yeah, we'll put that back. All right. Okay, I'm going to cut here, and then we'll bring it in. Okay, I'm going to cut here, and then we'll bring in a guy to start working on the haircut. Perfect. And that's exactly what I'll do. Yeah, this one. Or no, that's, I don't think it's that one. It's really small. Come on. A long video. And I do go over positioning the UVs, so I think this is good. I don't think there's anything more to add actually. Because everything else is just in the material. That I think that is clear and just even in the video. So okay. Yeah. Nice. All right, copy this. Paste it here. Copy this. And paste it here. All right.
Kind of reminds me of Despicable Me.
Okay, good. And then we'll just do a few little niceties. We'll add a color here. Everyone, thank you so Everyone, thank you so much for checking. I don't know how needed that is, but I'm adding it anyway. Haircut. All right, welcome back. So I've cleared out the geometry and curves in the scene, and I've brought in a reference image and an example kind of character. We're going to make the hair from scratch just so I have that saved. So first thing we're going to do is make it plain. And I'm going to move this up, kind of shrink it in on the sides, and make some cuts. So I usually like 3, just because I always like having a cut right in the middle. And then we're going to make some vertex groups. I'm going to make a root, assign that. Then I'm going to make tip, assign, and lastly pin. Pin's not necessarily a determinant. Go ahead and stop the recording here. I did pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and always feel free to reach out if you have any questions regarding this process or the tools here. Turn on our lighting. Look at that nice hair. Beautiful. Beautiful. I guess a few more things I want to touch on. Looks pretty straightforward. I like it. Good. Where'd it go? What the? Someone's zooming. Beautiful. Cool. We'll send it there. All right, let me render this out. Mesh hair groom promo. No. Tutorial. 01. All right, I'm gonna render that out. It should be pretty quick, but I'm gonna step away for just a moment. good luck with the hair stuff. I'll get going. Sounds good, Hex. Enjoy your day. Thank you for coming by. We'll catch you later. We'll be back to more fun stuff tomorrow. Actual fun stuff. Or later today. I'll actually be done with this soon. Well, then I have to make another trailer for my classes. We're just chilling right now. Waiting for this to render out. Sorry for such a slow few streams, but I'm definitely ready to get past this. I'm proud of what I made. Ready to no longer be working on it though. I think I have your Steam pinned in a tab. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, hey there, Jackson.Riley.cool. Welcome back. Welcome. We're rendering a video right now. So we're just kind of chilling. Just kind of hanging out. Chill stream right now. We'll be starting an avatar this afternoon, though. I'm excited. How's your day going? Working on my character, Frank. I have a pretty solid base built now to make the hands and teeth. Exciting, very exciting. I'm actually teaching VR chat creation class. So we're going through the first course right now, but I'll be opening up some new signups probably tomorrow for 2 intro classes. So the only difference is just the time frame. But it'll teach everything from start to finish on how to make characters and make a simple character and get it uploaded to VR chat. More of an intro class. Hey there, JW. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. And then we'll be opening up an advanced class and tutoring. So think it should be really fun. Yeah, so if anyone's interested, signups will happen soon. It's $150 a seat for sorry, looking for an almond. For 6 classes over 3 weeks. Look at the 3-week course. Excuse me. All right, while that's loading, let's finish up our description here. Turn my image character on your Discord in the art share channel. Let's take a look. Hey, that's awesome. Is this the face or is this the face? I love the plastic look though. Or is this a Roblox character? Sorry, I'm making assumptions. I love the colors though. Little subsurface scattering there. Nice. Noise. A noise. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. That's awesome. That's very cool. That's right. You're still making the mouth and teeth. Do I like piano music? Probably not on its own. Or I should say I don't listen to it very often on its own. I do love Moonlight Sonata by Beethoven. Boom, 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 boom. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's Frank. Well, frankly, he looks pretty cool. First few seconds of this song. I think that's getting picked up by. Should be able to hear it. Cellcraft. It's a good song. Also, I finally found a Discord server, so I joined. Well, heck yeah. Welcome. Welcome to hell. No, I'm just kidding. Does I need to be a vinyl figure? Great. All those almonds. I just got a 3D printer. Well, not just got, but I'm trying to get this bad boy set up. It's kind of weird. Look at him. And then I'm hoping to make some, print out some avatars and stuff. A very calming song. I am going to pause it though, just because I'm assuming it's copyrighted. Make sure to put it in a ventilated box that shoots the resin off gas out the window. Yeah, that's the only reason I haven't fired it up yet, because it's a pretty small apartment. I'm like, I'm going to die. 3D printer, I remember that I bought one for 3D printing the case of my Slime VR DOI. Nice. Is that one of the resin 3D printers? Yes. That's why mine isn't set up. Yeah. I feel bad because I want to get it going. But it's like, it's a lot more work than I expected. Like quite a bit more work. I had 2-bedroom and now in a studio. Nice. I'm in a 1-bedroom. Very nice. Have fun with that. I will. Thank you. When I wasn't being super safe, that I noticed I wasn't feeling very good when I was printing and I was in my office working. That is definitely no good. I have a window right here, like a little patio. So I feel like I could get something set up to suck out the air. Maybe I'll look that up right now. We got time. We're just chilling. Let's see. 3D printer ventilation. Oh, interesting. These ones are just like a whole hood that goes around it. I mean, that kind of looks like what I want. Guess my only concern is how to leave the window open. You put it on a balcony or something. I couldn't put the 3D printer outside. I think that would probably mess it up. But certainly there's a slider right here. It is gross when it's curing. Also, did you get a washing station? I have a bucket full of alcohol. I have an FDM printer. I only need it for my Slime VR cases, but chances are I'll use it for more stuff. Need to buy more filament though. That's how they get you. They're like, oh yeah, you can 3D print anything, except that, filament's like 80 bucks a roll, or a jar or whatever. Oh, that's pretty nice. The problem is this 3D printer is fucking huge. It's actually like ginormous. I'm clicking this. I would like to open this link. I guess I wouldn't need the case. Well, no, I'd still want the case. Unless the Windows UV resistant. Need a carrying station also, or a bucket with a UV light. I do have a UV light. I can also just set it outside too. Want temp regulation. With exhaust tube, you could look at one of those inserts that something like a portable AC would use. Let's see. Window ventilation insert. It's a whole fucking slider though. And I don't want to put it in my bedroom. That's the only other window. Four-inch adjustable. I need like a, how tall is this? I'm gonna use my measuring thing on my phone. Seven feet 4 inches. I think I'd have to make my own. But judging by what they've got set up here, it doesn't seem terribly difficult to make. Set it window will do slider. Or let's say door. I guess I could just get two of these if they snap together easy enough. Should be some that allow you to add extensions to fit any length. What is 7 feet times 12? It's 84 inches. This should work. This should be what I need. All right, I'll do a little more research, but that's probably the direction I want to go. Because yeah, I'm not taking chances. I'm not going to be sitting next to something all day that's killing me. I'm going to stand up though. Don't take chances. I'll be back. Get some water. All right, well, this is going to take a while. Only get one body, got to take care of it. Exactly. Well, rendering out this video is going to be a really long time. I probably should have used DaVinci Resolve. This is pretty slow. You can develop an allergy to the resin, which is just microplastic. And once you get the allergy, a lot of things will make you very sick. Interesting. Makes sense. I mean, there's very few things these days that are not made out of plastic. Wow. Apparently, with the mRNA vaccines that are coming out, we can actually create autoimmune vaccines. Should be very good, which is what allergies are. We're gonna switch gears a little bit. We're gonna do some drawing while we're waiting for this. So get the resin on your skin, run alcohol on it instantly to get it off. I'm always filled with alcohol, so I'm immune. That's a lie. All right, time to get back into drawing. It's been too long. Been too long. I don't understand why it's doing that. Is it just this tool, this particular tool? Yeah. It just happens to be that charcoal brush that I'm using. Such small microplastics enter your body through your pores. Learned recently that there's creatures that live inside your eyelash cavities. Little mites or something. Gotta be more. I'm making shapes. I'm not just moving the brush around. I'm making shapes. Making shapes. I guess we're just gonna do some doodling for right now. Just need to warm up before I jump into making a bunch of concept art. Your skin oils are very yummy to some. Those little critters on her face. Yeah, and that's just if you're counting like mites and stuff. Okay. I feel like I'm very uncomfortable right here with how like to move my stuff around. Just can't actually get my keyboard and tablet in the same place and use them. Being able to print your design is going to be a lot of fun. I think so. I'm definitely looking forward to that. This feels so bad. Yeah. Like Christmas morning whenever a print is done. Santa! I'm Resin Santa. And your present is cancer! Sorry, morbid joke. I'm very nervous. Okay, that feels good. Love big, bold lines. Give me line work. I can work with line work. We're literally just doodling for the next 40 minutes or so. Because I want to do concept art today, but I just feel so rusty that it's not really a point doing it. It's pretty wobbly. It might be my desk shaking. Tablet. I was doing this with the mouse. It'd be impressive. This is my usual exercise for warming up. Just make doodles. So you lose the coordination first when you're getting in with drawing. Picked up a new book on how to draw just to refresh myself on the basics. Nice. I was going through some of my older books, and I came across ones like how to draw a manga. Takes me back. Takes me back. Look at the image I sent on our show. Take a look. Just one moment. Got 2 books, How to Draw and How to Render. It's focused on drawing sci-fi stuff. Oh, very cool. Hey, let's go. Version 1.0 prototypes. That's awesome. Very cool. Fucking love that. This must be a resin printer. Very cool. This is so charming. I love the eyes. Wintry. Very wintry. Oh, is this you, Ariso? I would assume. Very good. Did you make this crown? Nice. Very, very cool. 100% me. 100% me. Great work. That's great work. I don't like that this spins. It should not spin, I think. Hello, Snardom. Welcome. Thank you so much, Waffles. Whoa! We're rendering a video, Snardom, so we're just drawing in the meantime. We're trying to. I feel so rusty. It's been months. Months since I really sat down and drew. I don't like that it does that. Okay, so brush settings. We're gonna make a new brush preset. Sure. And there is a rotation option. I'm just gonna turn that off. Now it should. Wait, was the rotation what was giving it the shape? Or the texture? Fuzzy dab. Alright, well, rotation should not be by pressure. Definitely don't want my pressure rotating. I'll leave the other one on. That feels good. Okay. Look at this smarmy guy. I don't like him. Why is he so smarmy? How's the day going, Snardo? What are you up to? Enjoying time away from teaching? You're on a break now, right? Now that the grading has been done? I would hope so. Technically, you wouldn't even see his ear there, so let's leave that. We've got to focus on just getting shapes made. Lilies. A little bit more movement in my arm. Got balance right here. A little dude. Fun. Okay. Right. Something just bit my arm. I want to erase that. I will go over here. Let's just be really. Let's see. Start. Ooh, I like that. Okay. Yeah, feeling it. It still seems to spin a little bit when I'm carving. I wonder if that's the smoothing doing that. Ooh. What are we working on? Right now, we're getting just warmed up, getting used to drawing again, and then I would like to do some concept art this afternoon. And right now, well, really right now, video is rendering, so we're just kind of killing time. But I just need to get back into that drawing rhythm. If I slap a symmetry tool down. It's always a fun little way to get warmed up. A monster. A little bit of rendering all the time. Exactly. Never free from it. Fun fact, seems our students seem to massively fail. So next year, there will probably not be a real second year of game design classes. So we'll probably end up with a class of less than 10 people who pass the first year's exams. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Is there anything you attribute that to? Like, that seems seems concerning. Not showing up for most classes, the near number one reason I suspect. Shared spot with not turning in assignments. Okay, so it's not that they're not capable, they're just lazy. I suppose for character design, I can always do it like just bits and pieces. I don't have to do it all in one go. I just want this, then we'll try that. I think I need to feel so intent on getting it exact, getting it all in one go. So that's not quite possible. It's not how it works. Move this over here. Let's just try kind of concepting a whole body. A little bit bigger. Maybe right about there, so. A little loose with it. have to really resist my urge to make the legs like really long because I just tend to do that. I tend to make characters with really long legs. Even if I know I'm doing it. That makes it sound on purpose, but that's not what I mean. More of a narrow torso. You know what? I think I just have to I have to design things like a blueprint. That's what it is. I'm trying to do two things at once. Design and pose at the same time. I should just design. It should literally be like blueprint. This is what I want. I want this thing. It's probably what's going to be my guiding light. Blueprints over drawings. Drawings in the sense of like making an illustration. Still like to have a nice drawing. I just don't want it to be the point. All right, this is making me feel better. You also seem to draw very zoomed in. Something about being close to like pixel level that seems to work better for me. Get some underwear on the character. Should have done this on a separate layer. Hmm. Drew the ears too low. Because now just a few lines can change the feel of a character so much. It goes from like angry to kind to worried. Just like interesting how easy that is. Is the render really taking this long? Only at 8% and it's been an hour? That's not good. That doesn't seem right. I should have used DaVinci Resolve, and I still can. So I think I'm gonna go on lunch. I'm gonna let this render over lunch, and if it's still not done by the time I get back, then I think we'll switch to DaVinci Resolve for version because it shouldn't take that long. All right, we'll keep working for a little bit longer. Open up my ProRef. Got all these images here. Make a new layer. On the previous layer, I'm going to turn down the opacity. More of a guideline. I don't think we'll make exactly that character. That means. Just trying to feel out where things should go. Also, the resolution's so low. Hide this. Let's back up for a second. I'm going to select the character, copy and paste, and then should be able to just do this. Hello, Popstar. Welcome. How's your day going? We're just doing a little bit of drawing right now. Just laying in bed listening to you. Well, I hope you're comfy. Comfy cozy. Hmm. Hmm. Should use a vector. Might as well just start fucking 3D modeling. I'm gonna do that. Hmm. Let's make a new layer. try painting it again. Wish I could sample those colors. We're just testing. We're just testing. Doesn't have to be perfect. Just want to get a feel for painting. Painting and drawing. Go ahead and make concepts I want to use. That's the question. Hello, Chinese with Nogueya. Welcome. We're doing a little bit of drawing right now. It's me, Nog Violin. Is it though? I don't believe you. You're impersonating Nog Violin. How dare you? How dare you? Should have just gone black and white. That would have been easier. Still can. You can just take out the saturation. Can you remember my puff beat? Doesn't say Nog Violin. It says Chinese with Nogueya. So sad. Sad. Chinese with Nogueya. Well, how's your day going, Nog? What are you up to? I can't believe this. I can't believe you've done this. want things to be too dark. Just want them to be a little sharp every now and then. Oh, yeah. Remember, I was looking for an exterior, and you said I should look for things like Lego pieces instead, and ended up doing makeup products. I do. Change your name again? All right, this is feeling good. I feel like I'm getting back into the swing of it. Neck's a little thin, but yeah, it's been so long since I enjoyed painting. I think I feel a little bit more confident because I know I don't have to do everything. It's like back when I was trying to do concept art, I just feel like I have to know how to describe that. Like, I know I can save some of this for sculpting. All right, I think that's pretty good pace. What do you guys think? Well, thank you, Popstar. Probably do like some sort of a head tattoo. I should do that on another layer. I think I might need to dust off my tablet again. Join me. Join me in painting. Oh, goodness, excuse me. And then I'm gonna try to just do a little bit of tattoos or something. Ooh, that felt good. My default keyboard normals to stand aren't going anywhere anyway, so might as well. I agree. And leaving with utmost regret. Back will utmost sadness. Leaving with utmost regret. Anyway, I gotta get. Well, enjoy your day, Nog Violin. Thank you for coming by. Hope you're having a good one. I'll be here the full day today, so should be good. Ooh. I'm just being dramatic. How dare you? Super cool. The whole squad of Prince. Prince Squad. Very cool. Music's funny. What? Oh shit. Was I just using the airbrush earlier? Oh, here we go. I was using E marker chisel smooth. I don't think so. Basic flow opacity. Pretty sure. Pretty sure I was. Again, I like the jewelry. The idea of it being like a moth or something. Bug. Little buggy. I got projects to finish, like 10 more to do. Well, good luck on your projects, Nog. I'm going to be going to lunch in literally a split second, so I will be back soon. This is not the one I was using. I think I was just using airbrush. Just using airbrush. I kind of like that. They're a little big. A little big for sure. I really shouldn't just delete them. I should just... Actually, Clip Studio actually has really good copy pasting. Control X. Because I don't know what it was. Photoshop would never put your copy paste back where you always put it somewhere else. That's useless. We'll leave that for now. All right. That feels like it's going somewhere. Thank goodness. All right. It is time for me to go to lunch. Thank you, everyone who's been hanging out. Kind of an odd stream today. We're still waiting on this video to render, but I don't think it's going to finish rendering. Literally in the last 40 minutes, it's gone 4%. So I just need to cut it. I want to use DaVinci Resolve instead, because that should be fast. But yeah, I will enjoy lunch. Thank you, Snardom. Enjoy eating. Everyone else out there, everyone lurking, thank you all. Happy Tuesday. Only halfway through. We'll be back very, very soon for some more video stuff, more painting, because we're going to be really trying to make a very cool and fun concept for our avatar, our next avatar. We're going to try to really push it. We're going to try to get to like high-end fashion. That's the goal. Anyway, I will see you all very soon. Enjoy your day in the meantime. Got to download that. Well, heck yeah. I appreciate that, Popstar. See you all very soon. Enjoy your time in the meantime. Bye, everyone. Bye. Bye.